Order. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. I note that it is 11:37. The Subcommittee on Supply will meet to discuss the allocation for the Department of Economic Development as noted in Resolution E5. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $95,126,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Economic Development pursuant to the estimate. The Minister will be allocated up to 1 hour to provide opening remarks and to introduce her staff. Just a reminder that only 2 staff are allowed at the table, and the Minister must respond to all questions directly. I now recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. And the comment was just made by my deputy that this, after all, is the sound of capital investment in our city, however annoying it may be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the 2023-24 budget of the Department of Economic Development. Ms. Speaker, I am pleased to be here today and to answer your questions. To begin, I would like to introduce a few of the people who are with me. Joining me from Economic Development are Louise Camo, Director, Financial Advisory Service at Finance and Treasury Board, supporting the Department of Economic Development. And to my left, Scott Farmer, Deputy Minister of Economic Development. As well, at my back, and having my back, as I always do, it's a selection of staff, dedicated people from both the Department and our Crown Corporations, Invest Nova Scotia and Events East. Mr. Chair, I'd like to start by touching on our government's priorities for budget 2023-24. Overall, this budget helps move our province forward, investing in the things that Nova Scotians care about and have told us are important to them. Our top priority is healthcare, and our government has a real plan to fix it. This budget builds on our work so far and moves us forward. As government, we have been very clear. We will do whatever it takes and invest what it takes to fix healthcare and deliver the care that Nova Scotia families and individuals need and deserve. We want real results for people, and we are making progress, but it will take time. Our government's focus on health is broad and recognizes the important role other areas of investment have on our health and well-being. Healthier people are the foundation of a strong economy, and that economy helps us pay for health care. We are moving on solutions that work. I'd like to take some time now to outline the work of economic development and some of the progress we've made at our department to date. Economic development is about creating opportunity for everyone. Our work is broad and spans from developing programs that encourage entrepreneurship to helping grow entire sectors of our economy. Our province has tremendous potential, and Nova Scotia is growing because others are starting to recognize that potential too. At Economic Development, our task and determination is to leverage that potential. Together with our Crown Corporations, Invest Nova Scotia and Events East, our work focuses on creating the conditions for businesses to thrive and creating an economy in which all Nova Scotians can participate, contribute, and benefit. A key part of our work is collaboration. Whether it's with our colleagues across government, at post-secondary institutions, or the business community, we work together to find innovative solutions to our economic challenges and opportunities. I'd like to take a few moments to touch on some of the areas I've been focusing on the past year. Madam Chair, this past July, we announced the results of our review of 20 government agencies, boards, and Crown corporations. And as I have emphasized at every point during this process, this was not a report card nor judgment on the work done in the past. It was and continues to be a forward-seeking process, a review focused on how we can do things better. As we look ahead to the future of our province, we need to ensure all areas of government are working in lockstep to best serve Nova Scotians, our economic sectors, and our communities. As a result of the review, a new Crown corporation, Invest Nova Scotia, was created. The new Invest Nova Scotia was launched on December 1st and offers a range of programs and services to assist businesses from every corner of our province and at every stage of development. By streamlining the entry points, Invest Nova Scotia is making it easier for entrepreneurs and businesses to access the tools, the resources, and the advice they need to thrive. Earlier this week, we announced that Peter McCaskill, who is seated behind me, will serve as the President and CEO of Invest Nova Scotia. Mr. McCaskill, who was Invest Nova Scotia's Chief Operating Officer, and technically is till end of day today, I guess, was the successful candidate in a national competition for the position. Peter's been with the former NSBI for more than 20 years, and I know his vast experience and the skills that I've witnessed in my months in government will serve he and this province very well in this new position. Madam Chair, the interests of businesses wanting to invest and grow in Nova Scotia continue to be top of mind in everything we do, and we want to make it easier than ever for them to work with government. The changes that came out of the Crown Review are meaningful. It was not simply moving the deck chairs, and they are helping us to accelerate our economic growth in Nova Scotia. Madam Chair, we know that innovation and sustainability are at the core of any strong economy. Whether a business is large or small, there is always the opportunity to become a more innovative, productive organization. As a province, we need to invest more in ourselves. We have capable and talented people, world-class producers and organizations right here in Nova Scotia. And we know when companies focus on new and better products or processes, they have more opportunities to succeed. As government, we have a role in helping companies invest in themselves and their employees. Madam Chair, the Innovation Rebate Program is helping us to do just that. The Innovation Rebate Program, which is delivered by Invest Nova Scotia, helps businesses become more productive, competitive, efficient, and sustainable. The fact is, most companies, they already know what they need. They know their markets and competition, their costs, consumption, and waste. They know the areas where gaining an efficiency could make a huge difference to their sustainability, to their employment or their productivity, and where it may enable them to tap a new market. That's where the Innovation Rebate Program can help, enabling these companies to proceed with their projects by offsetting some of the financial risk. In turn, these businesses are then able to create more jobs, better jobs, to stimulate local economies and drive innovation. The proof is in the data, as well as in the real on-the-ground change that is happening at many businesses across this province. As I said earlier, innovation and sustainability go hand in hand, and a great example of this is Scotian Gold and their journey with the Innovation Rebate Program. Scotian Gold signed its first IRP in 2019, allowing them to make a capital investment in dynamic climate adjustment short form CA storage rooms. Dynamic CA is a storage method where oxygen levels are lowered to slow down the respiration rate of apples, increasing longevity. Today, CA is used around the world, with the only difference being the introduction of computer systems, the process now referred to as dynamic CA. As a result of that investment, Scotia Gold was able to offer firmer, fresher apples over longer periods of time, giving the company a distinct marketing advantage in export markets while increasing pack yields and reducing waste. In 2022, Scotia Gold signed its second IRP, this time for a new pre-sort system and additional storage bins, improving on its product defect detection. Mr. Speaker, that would be no one wants to bite into an apple and find a big brown spot in the middle. This investment has also increased production capacity from 300 to 600 bins per day, so a doubling of production capacity. Additionally, as a result, they estimate this new system is saving the company more than 4 million litres of water per year. Scotia Gold's story is just one of the many that truly illustrate how the Innovation Rebate Program is helping Nova Scotia companies make high-value investments to drive productivity and adopt cleaner, more sustainable approaches. It also proves, once again, that what is good for the environment is also good for business. Mr. Chair, it's important to acknowledge that to date, about 75% of approved innovation rebates are for projects outside of Halifax Regional Municipality. IRP has had exceptional uptake and success, with current projects happening in 9 different regions across the province. The program is a great example of government and the business sector working together to address some of our most complex challenges. And it's that type of collaboration that will ultimately help drive Nova Scotia's economic growth. And it is what gives me such optimism for our province. As part of my mandate, I will continue to focus on supporting innovation-driven, green and sustainable businesses. Businesses already here, those we want to bring to our province, and the startups of tomorrow. Mr. Chair, as we look to our economy, we know there is no better way to support sustainability at an individual level than to buy local. All Nova Scotians benefit when we use our collective purchasing power to buy products that are made here at home. It's important to note that Nova Scotia Loyal is both a call to action and a broad economic strategy that will contribute to provincial pride, lift our Nova Scotia producers and manufacturers up, and drive demand for locally made products. But for Nova Scotia Loyal to have a substantial impact, it needs to be designed with real insight, the kind of insight that can only be accessed by connecting directly with Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians as consumers, Nova Scotians as retailers, Nova Scotians as producers. And that process takes a bit of time. But, Mr. Chair, I am pleased to report that work on Nova Scotia Loyal is well underway. Last summer, we launched an interim brand for Nova Scotia Loyal to facilitate that critical engagement and build awareness of the program. We also conducted a consumer survey which collected input from over 10,000 Nova Scotians and conducted more than 50 in-person market engagement sessions where we were able to gather direct feedback from consumers. In addition to that work, we held 24 prototyping sessions across the province to test various reward options in diverse retail environments. More than 5,000 Nova Scotians were engaged in that research. Mr. Chair, we have been steadfast in developing the Nova Scotia Loyal Rewards Program, and we are very excited with the progress we've made to date. and I do look forward to sharing more details on the program's official launch in the coming months. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotia has many unique advantages, including our highly skilled workforce, post-secondary landscape, quality of life, innovation ecosystem, and commitments to the environment. These advantages enable Nova Scotia to attract new companies and more people to our province. However, it's also important to look at new ideas that will help us accelerate our economic goals. And that's why we are conducting a tools review to look at the mechanisms we currently use to attract investment and business to our province and see if there are alternatives that can deliver even greater opportunities for Nova Scotians. We also want to assure our business community that our toolbox is full of innovative solutions that will help them thrive and help accelerate our province's economy. This means looking at how we do things differently. To date, we've held over 30 sessions with business organizations and associations, as well as entrepreneurs, other departments and levels of government, and economic and community development entities to ensure we gather feedback and ideas from all sectors across the province. We also launched a website where individuals were able to provide input via an online survey or through written responses emailed or mailed to the department. I know this review will help the development and delivery of new practices, which will allow us to encourage more startups, attract new companies, and importantly, grow the companies that are here already. The work of this review is well underway, and I'm excited to see what comes forward. Mr. Chair, the Department of Economic Development is the central agency that leads the economic growth policy for the province. And our partners at Invest Nova Scotia and Events East play an important role delivering on this policy through their programs and services. So I'd like to take an opportunity to briefly touch on the work of these two agencies. As I mentioned earlier, Invest Nova Scotia offers a range of programs and services to assist businesses from every corner of our province and at every stage of development. Their team works to foster the startup ecosystem, to make venture capital investments, drive entrepreneurship, strengthen companies, and grow their sales outside of Nova Scotia, and attract investment to the province and drive community economic development. Through the weeks and months following the Crown review, and I've never taken lightly the upheaval that is associated with such changes, the team at Invest Nova Scotia has ensured there has not been a moment lost. Moreover, the former teams of NSBI and InnovaCorp have pulled together in a way that was very much to their own credit, and I would describe as organic, but also not without leadership from people like Peter McGaskill. And I do look at the recent event, the announcement of the $300 million investment by Michelin, as proof of their unwavering efforts for the prosperity of this province. Events East is a partnership between the province of Nova Scotia and the Halifax Regional Municipality to manage and operate the Halifax Convention Centre, the Scotiabank Centre, and Ticket Atlantic. And their team, led by Carrie, focuses on events of all size that drive economic growth and bring vibrancy to our province. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention the stunning work that was done in and around the World Juniors hockey event at Christmas time, which many of us were able to access and enjoy in some way. But that is one amongst many, many events that Carrie and her team bring together with aplomb and professionalism. As Minister responsible for Invest Nova Scotia and Events East, I am very proud of their teams and the work that they do. Mr. Chair, I'd like to conclude by acknowledging what a particular privilege it is to be the minister of this department. I have in my life had the great privilege of working with many fine people, none finer than those with whom I work right now. But it is also a very special time in this province's history. Not only is Nova Scotia growing in population and opportunity, there is also a newfound sense of confidence in this province, one born of the realization that not only do we live in one of the greatest places in the world, we can be, and in fact are, global leaders, creating and producing world-class products, services, innovations, and we can do it right here at home. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. According to a practice that is developed in the legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately an hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within their caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution, and only the minister may answer the questions. And caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member if they so wish. And to begin examination, I now recognize the official opposition, the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, and your staff for being here today. I think this is a very important part of the process of democracy where budgets are put forward and opposition members have a chance to ask questions on those budgets just to provide that second set of eyes from a different perspective. So thank you for coming today, and thank you for the team at the back there that have your back, and that's great. It's wonderful to see when a team gels and works together. So I'm going to just start in a little bit slowly, and we'll kind of just ease into things. But when we looked at this budget, I noticed with the Economic Development Department, it showed a 1.5 million overall decrease in the budget. Now, I've been told through some social channels that that was due to some rearranging and some other adjustments. So we not overall worried about the adjustment there, but there was no growth in the budget for economic development, even though in the previous estimate we overspent in that area by I think 800,000, something like that, 869,000. So I'm just wondering if how you feel about your budget allocation for the Department of Economic Development this year, giving no increase.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose as Minister, if I were selfish, I would always hope that my line item in the budget would go up. As also a member of Treasury Board, I am especially privileged to have the insight into the very tough decisions that are necessary to be made as part of these processes. We as government made a decision that healthcare is our priority, and we've seen the extraordinary investments being made in that file. At the same time, I am very comfortable with the level of budget at this time, realizing that it includes a go-forward budget for Invest Nova Scotia as a new Crown corporation that was only officially stood up on December 1st, but that budget is combined from the prior budgets of the prior NSBI and InnovaCorp. In terms of the overage of last year's budget, primarily that related more than anything to the supports for business after Hurricane Fiona. And I remain grateful that our department, among departments, were able to respond to those so hard hit by that weather event. But yes, as you've acknowledged, the little bit of change that you do see in the year over year does reflect Develop Nova Scotia no longer being under the Department of Economic Development, but being under the realm of Public Works. And as well, the budget for the line item for Nova Scotia Loyal and some items relating to payroll rebates.
I recognize the honourable member from Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. In times that we're in right now, where we're seeing high inflationary rates, higher than the national average here in Nova Scotia, so a flat budget essentially is a reduction given the times we're in. So how do you plan to combat the increased pricing and the increased inflationary items with regards to the economic development budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we actually get into the math of it, with the movement of the Develop Nova Scotia budget of $4.9 million, but then we have $3.1 million additional for payroll rebates and the $1.5 million for loyal. I mean, you could argue there is a very small increase, but I think what this really comes down to is a commitment within our department to using our resources very wisely, maximizing the resources that we have. In many ways, I don't see that as being any different than the situation faced by our business clients, but I also don't diminish the work that goes into making that happen by our staff.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just wondering if the Minister could elaborate on what belt-tightening measures that may have to be put in place on staff in order to meet the requirements of the department and meet the requirements of businesses in Nova Scotia. So has there been a specific mandate given to staff to cut by a certain percent, to reduce spending by a certain percent, or in certain areas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by being very clear. There is no mandate for cuts within the department. And I think particularly as we fully get the legs under the new Invest Nova Scotia, I think that's very important to state. As well, that the funding for our various programs to businesses is solid. Where the greatest emphasis would be placed will be allocating the resources that we do have to the areas, or in some cases, the projects where they will have the greatest impact. Certainly, I highlighted in my remarks the success both in terms of uptake and results of the innovation rebate program, but the same would be true of the payroll rebate program. We receive applications, we look at what can be achieved through those applications, and decisions are made on that basis.
Recognize the Honourable Member from Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, given the fact that there's a flat budget, given the fact that we're in inflationary times, which essentially indicates that overall there's less money to spend, so we're going to allocate money to programs with priorities. Could you give us an idea of where that money will come from, or what are the programs that have less priority than the ones that are going to have priority budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for clarity, I want to say there's no reallocation between funds. Were we to come to the end of a fiscal year, for instance, and have unsubscribed monies in the IRP, we would actually have to go through a Treasury Board and Cabinet process to make changes. So it's really not with an eye to reallocation between programs, but it is about awarding those opportunities within those funds to those initiatives, those projects that will have the greatest impact. And so, by way of an example, the payroll rebates. We recognize as a government that too many Nova Scotians find themselves on the lower end of the wage scale. So when we are looking at companies that want to grow, want to come to Nova Scotia, we want to ensure that those are jobs that are not adding to that situation. We want to, in fact, work to raise the paychecks of Nova Scotians, and I expect we'll have more questions down that line. But the other thing that this throws into consideration is the tools review, which is ongoing. Through that process, we will decide if there are, and it remains to be seen, if there are tools that are no longer as effective or impactful. More to the point, if there are additional tools to be added, and there may be budgetary requests to Cabinet related to that, but that all remains to be seen as we complete that review.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm glad to hear the minister acknowledge that too many Nova Scotians are on the lower end of the wage scale, and that you've known that for some time, as we all have. And as a matter of fact, during the August 2021 election, there was the promise of the Better Paycheck Guarantee, which would be promised for Nova Scotians on day one. It's I wish I had a clock in here to determine what day it is today, but it's not day one, it's not day 600, but it's somewhere in the middle of that. So we're almost 2 years into the mandate. There's nothing in this budget around Better Paycheck Guarantee. There's nothing in this budget that would identify to us that you do acknowledge that Nova Scotians are on the lower end of the wage scale. We didn't do anything to raise income assistance. We didn't do anything for living wages. We didn't do anything. So can the minister kind of explain that thought process of acknowledging that Nova Scotians on their lower end of the scale, we want to attract people, we promised a better paycheck, but we're not seeing it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I on the specific initiative titled the Better Paycheck Guarantee, I would defer questions on that to the Honourable Minister of Finance. I do know that it continues to be a priority of his department. But not unlike Nova Scotia Loyal, there is the initiative, and then there is a broader commitment, a sort of a philosophical goal, if you like. And so economic development absolutely does play a role in a commitment to creating better paying, high quality jobs for Nova Scotians. Now, through economic development and specifically through Invest Nova Scotia, we have a number of programs and initiatives that support the creation of those better paying jobs. And again, the great thing is that the data bears this out. You have the innovation rebate program supporting innovation and productivity within companies. Productivity, whether it's additional greater capacity to produce the product or to do so at with less waste and lower costs, this supports the provision of sustainable and better paying jobs. The Export Growth Program, which supports and encourages Nova Scotia companies to grow by seeking new markets. Its success leads to more and better jobs. As I've mentioned, the payroll rebate program, attracting companies to invest and expand in Nova Scotia, wherein we discuss very specifically what the jobs that they're looking. We set targets of how many jobs and the salaries associated with those jobs. And as well, venture capital through Invest Nova Scotia, that is the financial investments and programming supports for startups, high potential startups. Another really great example, frankly, is the recent, our government's recent support of Michelin's expansion. I have had my own constituents largely with a plant in Bridgewater. I have many people that work at Michelin, but I've had the odd person say, well, but did you not say there's only 70 new positions? It's the securing the 3,600 jobs that Michelin already, those people they already employ, the 4,000 people who are retired and receive pensions from Michelin, and that ends up to almost think when we did some math, like 10% of what is it? 1%. Sorry, 1% of Nova Scotians who have a fairly direct impact from the employment through Michelin. But importantly, securing those 3,600 plus 70 jobs for generations to come. Because if we are not building the tires of tomorrow, at some point we would be building the tires of yesterday, and there would be no market for those.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what I would argue to the minister is that the better paycheck guarantee, like the Nova Scotia Loyal, wasn't a philosophical thing. It was a guarantee. It was a guarantee that Nova Scotians needed a better paycheck. It was a guarantee that this government was going to help businesses, help Nova Scotians. And while I think it's fantastic that Michelin has invested and hired more individuals, and those jobs are there for that 1% of Nova Scotians. But I know the other 99% of Nova Scotians are saying, "What about us, Mr. Chair?" They're saying, "What about us? Where's our better paycheck guarantee?" So the minister indicated earlier on that as part of Treasury Board, tough decisions have to be made, and she acknowledged tough decisions. We've heard the minister say just a few minutes ago that better paycheck guarantee is a priority for Finance Department, and also better paychecks are a priority for economic development. Could the minister tell us during those tough decisions, was the better paycheck guarantee one of those things that had to be cut, and what other things in her department had to be cut as those tough decisions at Treasury Board? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm always grateful for having my deputy at my side to confirm my understanding that I am not authorized to speak to the decisions. In fact, I am prohibited from sharing the details of those, but I can certainly say that there were no cuts to any of the economic development programs.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
So, Mr. Chair, we're hearing contradictory explanations, and maybe it's just a misunderstanding. But when asked about the static line of the budget, the minister indicated that as a minister, she would love to have more, of course, more money to spend on programs and services for Nova Scotians and Nova Scotia businesses, but that as part of Treasury Board, tough decisions have to be made. So clearly, while the budget may not have been cut, were there any initiatives, new initiatives or additional monies that you would have liked to have seen for your budget that didn't make it through the final cut?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
No, there were not. Not relevant to my department, of which I am authorized to speak.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Interesting. Okay, so you're satisfied with the way things are going. So you are satisfied with the budget. There was nothing cut that you would have wanted to do more. What do you think small businesses would think of this 2023-2024 budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really what I'm being asked is it would be conjecture for me to say what do I think small businesses think of this budget. I have been in the House most of the time since the budget has been brought down. But I will say, so you would certainly be able to go to a group like Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Our department has excellent relationships with these organizations, and they have duties to their members, and they will come to us with their concerns, and we will listen and we will work together to see where the government is able to, how and where the government is able to assist. We've certainly heard through the pandemic period largely positive comments about the support that they received, and similarly in the aftermath of Hurricane Fiona. The only other thing that I would add is that while economic development is the central agency with responsibility for economic development in this province, it is an across-government effort. So I have in the room here today colleagues, the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables. We have the Minister of Agriculture. We will have, after a time, the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture, and certainly my colleague, the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration. It is an across-government approach that supports our plan and our strategy for growing our economy. It is bigger than any one department. So it is not to look at my department's budget in a silo would be to ignore the increases that were made, for instance, to the Department of Agriculture budget. Significant investments that have been made, particularly in the immigration branch of LSI, so that we can ensure that we can process the paperwork for immigrants, and equally have the services to ensure their safe and happy settlement and attachment in our province. So it should not be interpreted at all as a lack of investment in economic development writ large.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recognize we've been in the House when the budget was dropped, but I'm sure, given the length and the detail within the budget, it wasn't developed the day before we went in the House, and there would be communications with stakeholders. There would be, I would hope, as Minister of Ec Development, we would be talking to small businesses. And yes, the associations are great, and I've got a lot of stuff here I'm going to table in a little while, but from those associations. But when you actually talk to the small business owners, I'm going to rephrase the question. I had asked what the minister thought, but now I'm going to ask, what are small business owners telling you? What are they looking for? What are their concerns with the way the budgets are coming down from this government? And what do they need? What do they need to become successful?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have had dozens and dozens of meetings with small business people across this province, and as that is very reflective of the roots of my own past involvements, it's a space that I really quite enjoy. Across small, medium, and what we would even, what we would in Nova Scotia, call a large business, although in another part of Canada it might still be considered medium size, there is one overarching concern, and that concern is access to labor, access to talent. So that is one overarching area that we hear across the business community, tip to tail of Nova Scotia. Again, it brings back that across government work, working with our colleagues at Labour Skills and Immigration, working with our colleagues at Advanced Education, because creating the workers, finding the workers. We have had a CEO refer to the economy of the future and the war on talent. And I've never liked those really violent analogies that get used in every sportscast. But that is the level of seriousness with which this particular issue is raised. Certainly, the entire small business community is concerned about inflation, input costs, supply chain issues. Many, I wouldn't have the data to use the word most, although my gut says most. Certainly too many small businesses are carrying more debt load than they would have normally carried because of the pandemic. And we have ongoing conversations with not only the business community, but our partners in the federal government about, again, ways that we may be able to assist them. But in terms of that critical conversation and collaboration, that is something that this department is wholly, and myself as minister, is wholly committed to. And it goes right down to micro businesses. And this weekend I will be at an event with a lot of micro business owners, and we'll be talking to them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's great that you're going to be at that event, and maybe you can have some conversations, because what we're seeing is that 60% of CFIB members are not confident that the provincial government understands how affordability is affecting their small businesses. So when we think about affordability, they feel that there's not enough supports within this budget to help them with the current crisis we're in. Can you comment on that, Minister?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So I have not been personally provided with a survey that has been done since the budget was brought down. Have we been? So CFIB has not provided us with that, and I would be much happier to review it before I would comment on it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This document is from February 2023, so it's about a month old. I'm surprised that you haven't. I have it. The NDP has it. I'm surprised that you haven't seen that document. But I can tell you, Minister, that 60% of CFIB members are not confident the provincial government understands affordability and how it's affecting their small businesses. So I'll rephrase it since you haven't seen the document, but my question will be, what supports are in this budget to help small businesses with the affordability crisis?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear that, and if I misunderstood the member, it sounded to me like you were saying it was a survey that had been done of members since the budget. But no, I have certainly seen the earlier survey, and I would respond that, you know, government always has to probably do a bit better to business people. I was one of them. You think, well, nobody in business, nobody in government has ever struggled to make payroll for Monday. Lay awake at night with that. And in a lot of cases, some of the folks who are sitting members of government have not had that most unpleasant experience that frankly I have had. What I would note is the government has a number of programs to support businesses in becoming more prosperous, in growing, and becoming more efficient. Not to always speak about IRP, but IRP is one of them. And the range of programs that qualify under IRP was constructed specifically so that small businesses could be included in that program. But export development programs, productivity and innovation voucher programs, these are all programs that are accessible to our small business community. And the development of Nova Scotia Loyal is absolutely aimed at raising the level of a success of the small business community. So there's actually a lot that we do in that piece. In terms of supports for small business in the last year, there was as well the Fiona program, which was designed specifically in acknowledgement of businesses that were closed for qualification was based on at least a minimum period of time when they were unable to operate.
Recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, given that you did see these documents prior to budget preparation, worries me even more than not seeing it, because clearly small business were crying out for help. Do you think the cut to the motor fuel tax would help small businesses?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economics.
So I do have to defer to my colleague, the Minister of Finance, on the decisions in and around adjustment or not adjusting the motive fuel tax. We do know that fuel and increases in the cost of fuel is one of those input pressures that small businesses are dealing with. But again, a decision in and around changes to that fuel tanks are larger. The motive fuel tax is larger than one department.
No, never mind. Fair. Saw the wrong time. I thought the Liberals' time was up. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
I was actually finished, Chair.
Great timing. I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that, in all due respect, I think that's a cop-out, Minister. I'm okay with you saying you defer the decision for making the motor fuel tax reduction to the Minister of Finance. That's cool. But do you think small businesses would enjoy a reduction in the fuel consumption tax?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
I deferred to the Minister of Finance on the explanation for decisions regarding the motive fuel tax. I have acknowledged fuel is, for many businesses, probably most in some way or another, because transportation of goods is impacted by fuel costs. I've acknowledged that is one of the input costs, but the decision-making around the fuel tax, I must defer to my colleague.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I do understand the decision rests with the Minister of Finance, but hearing you say that a cut to fuel through the fuel tax would be good for business. My next question I want to move in on is 53% of small businesses say that labor shortage is their top limitation on sales. And that is really driven home for me in my community. Most recently in the news, we've seen a small mom and pop restaurant, Jane's, which is a wonderful restaurant in the community, are unable to open 7 days a week, which significantly decreases their ability to stay afloat, to find staff. And a lot of these other programs that you talked about, the IRP, some of these investment exporting programs, they don't work for small businesses their market is focused mainly on their community. So what is in this budget to help small businesses like Jane's?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say, having sat at the table there, the pounding seems a lot louder today.
I have Advil if anyone would like some.
Anyway, neither here nor there. I can't speak to the specific business of which the member has referenced, but I'm empathetic because we do see, and the food service industry, the restaurant industry, in particular, has been struggling with the tight labor market, and with an acknowledgement by that industry and its associations that over the course of the pandemic, they saw people leave that industry. And we continue to, we have a great relationship with both the provincial and the national restaurant associations, and talk on this a great deal. And because of that, I know how essential the investments that are a part of this budget through the Department of Labor, Skills and Immigration are, in particular, to those food service and restaurant businesses. Again, I can't speak to the specifics of Jane's, but there is an acknowledgement, and I would argue that for that industry, again, speaking broadly, it is programs like the Innovation Rebate Program, or programs that that assist businesses in looking where efficiencies can be gained, or where a piece of technology or something in their process can assist them. What that looks like is what the industry itself will start to shape. But they are acknowledging that labor shortages have caused restaurants in long-standing to have shortened weeks or to have to close on certain days of the week. And in fact, technology, much in the same way that once upon a time, 60 ladies with little white paper hats stood on the line at Scotia and Gold to personally inspect those apples, what is now done by technology and cameras and conveyor belts and scanners. And the restaurant industry, too, is going to have to look at that. That's a very hard lens for our smallest food service players to consider. And they may find a way otherwise, but certainly when we look at the big chains and so forth, they are looking right now at those opportunities.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I haven't seen a camera or a conveyor or AI make a good clubhouse sandwich, and I can tell you they have a good one of those at Jane's. I worry about the coming season. So I worry about our tourism season, and I worry about the fact that we're having troubles attracting labor now to the restaurant industry. And I worry about my friend, the Minister of Tourism. Do you believe that, or do you think that the Better Paycheck Guarantee would help these businesses attract more workers?
I'll tell them when it's 10 minutes. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we look across the entire country, looking at Canadian job vacancy rates, accommodations and food services is still the area of greatest vacancy. So nationally, 8.5 We also know that in January, we had unemployment of 5%, which is like, and we have a larger workforce than we've ever had. So the key to these challenges is growing our workforce. And we can do some of that internally, and certainly the Nova Scotia Community College system has hospitality and food service courses. We can and are working with immigration, and I know as a representative for the constituency of Lunenburg with some major tourist and visitor destinations in and around the town of Lunenburg, the town of Mahone Bay and area, I do see a great number of restaurateurs who have looked to immigration. The industry, as government, we are most successful when we work with the industry, and the industry is working on those challenges. And certainly I can see that independently, operators who have thought innovatively, who have brought something new to the table. You know, we see it's not that odd now anymore in the last couple of years for there to be signing bonuses and other incentives of that sort. There were no signing bonuses just a few years ago. So we certainly do look to continuing to work with that industry to incent people into that industry and to bring skilled workers for that industry into the province.
I will recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount with a reminder that he has 9 minutes remaining.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for that answer, Minister. It's great to hear that you're looking at signing bonuses and those types of incentives for small business to attract labor. My next question, I had a conversation with a small greenhouse owner in Westmount. And like everyone, they're struggling with the costs of operation. They're struggling with power rates and all those types of things. Can you tell me what may be in this budget to help small businesses to become more efficient and green up their operation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an area where our government is very involved, wanting to support the greening of businesses, and again, assisting businesses in obtaining efficiencies that make them more sustainable. Programs that would be available would include the Productivity and Innovation Voucher Program, where businesses can basically access. Well, it's like being able to access R&D assistance to look at your facilities and what efficiencies can be gained. IRP again is a program that directly relates to when there's an identified efficiency that involves an investment in, say, equipment or reconfiguration of a process that is available. And the government continues to, with the Credit Union Council to offer the small business loan guarantee to assist businesses in the financing of those kinds of investments.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. I would be remiss during my remaining time if I didn't ask a couple of questions about Nova Scotia Loyal. So in this budget, we saw an improvement, $1.5 million for continued development for Nova Scotia Loyal. Can you give us an idea of what this continued development will be?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
Thank you, Chair. I've been waiting for questions about Loyal, and I remain very excited about Loyal. This program, the program design must be preceded by research and data. And although in the theater of the House, where we try not to hold things against each other, I hope that goes both ways. I think there was a reference by one of the members to it's not rocket science. Well, actually, the science of human behavior is legitimate science. And changing the purchasing habits, no matter how much we know Nova Scotians are inclined towards wanting to help their neighbors, which is a truth to be certain. What are the barriers, perceived and real, and looking at all the complexities of a population in terms of their income, in terms of how and where and when they buy, and therefore what incentives would be truly meaningful for them. So the $1.5 million that is in the budget for this year is to conclude that research phase, to continue to promote this coming program so as not to lose the momentum of interest. And it is out there, and I will argue that with anyone, that there is keen interest, and it's especially from the producers and the vendors themselves, as well as the consumers. The department has been steadfast on the development of this. We have in our department a person who is the ringleader of this work, Melissa. She is just such an impressive person with her background in the agriculture industry to bring to bear. And we are in the final stages of that incentive, the specific Nova Scotia Loyal incentive program. And we'll be looking forward to using these funds to get it over the line and launch the program this year.
I I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount with a reminder that he has 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Minister. I'll try and speak up because this is loud. Thank you, Minister, for taking my questions today. I was shuffled out of economic development, so I don't have as much of an opportunity to chat with you as we used to. I'm sure you miss me too. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'd like to take this opportunity to thank your staff for helping you to answer those questions and providing the information. And it's been great to go back at that. And I'll just end with one quick thing. So, will it be this calendar year or fiscal year that we'll see Loyal rolled out?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
I hope the chair will let me finish because I'm not sure what the clock is, but I do want to thank the member for the questions. And in spite of, temperatures and so forth, we've always been able to leave on the back steps with a smile.
Order.
Calendar.
Okay, the time for the Liberal caucus is now elapsed, and it will be time for the NDP, and I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Yes, and I have lots of experience in economic development. None at all. So you're going to have to forgive me for some of these questions. I'm filling in for my colleague who is right now at a flag raising event. So we're going to see how this one goes. And I want to say on the Nova Scotia Loyal program, because I've often said, and I am not ashamed to admit it, and I'm not being facetious when I say this at all, I am being absolutely serious. I am not sure what the Nova Scotia Loyal program is. I've been trying to figure it out. I've been really trying to understand, because I understand what loyalty programs are, obviously, but I've been really trying to figure this out. So, but I have some questions on it, and so I hope the minister will indulge me in those. So, in the Department Business Plan, Nova Scotia Loyal's 2023-2024 key activities include consultation with realtors, industry, and people living in Nova Scotia. The development and launch of a brand design and marketing campaign, development and launch of consumer incentive reward programs, and identification and collaboration on horizontal government policy initiatives. So one of the questions I have is the Nova Scotia Loyal undertook various pilot projects, my understanding, last year. Is there any program review available, and how did you assess these programs?
Can I just ask, when the banging is happening at times, could we speak a little louder? I know. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economics.
I feel like I've done something to the universe that this has cosmically come up in tone in decibel level today. But thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So there have been no pilots through my department. It's been prototyping work that we've been doing. Now there have been, like, again, this goes back to the difference between the Nova Scotia Loyal, the incentive program that we're developing, and Nova Scotia Loyal as an across-government challenge to, because if we're going to be launching a program asking Nova Scotians to emphasize and put up their spend in local products and locally grown food, and et cetera. We want to also hold ourselves to that same test. So, for instance, I know in the Department of Agriculture, there's been a pilot, well, there have been a number of pilots in a nursing home, in a couple of our justice facilities, and in schools to increase locally grown and produced foods, but those are outside of my department. And I'd just like to clarify as well, there's nothing in Nova Scotia Loyal at this point, or nothing really seen on the horizon with realtors. It's retailers. Retailers, so the producers, the vendors of goods, and of course the consumers are the three key groups with whom we have been connecting to get their very valuable insights.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As I've said, I've been sitting in the House. I've been hearing my colleagues ask questions on Nova Scotia Loyal. I've sat in committees and I've listened to my colleagues ask about Nova Scotia Loyal, and I'll always say I still don't understand what I'm probably one of those people living in Nova Scotia that I'm not understanding. I haven't been able to understand how it's going to be rolled out. I should say maybe that's where it's sticking for me. Like, is there going to be a points card? Is there going to be something you swipe? Something, I think that's where I'm trying to figure out what this type of thing is, and how does one go? Do you have to pay into something? How does one go about it? I think that's where I'm sitting there going, I don't know what this is. I've seen everything, but so I think there's some of that kind of education, or maybe even more explanation of how you see a rollout going. And I'm wondering, has that been part of this conversation of, do you know how this rollout is going to happen?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economics.
So the very questions that you have are the questions, that's why we've been talking to Nova Scotians. So during the election campaign, when we spoke about Nova Scotia Loyal, and our now Premier did carry sort of a prototype card in his back pocket, and he would say, that you would have a card and that you would go into your store and you buy a nice basket full of Nova Scotia grown, produced items, and you would get rewards points. So that people understood there is a rewards program. People already, they have their Air Miles cards and their various cards. And we knew by research that Atlantic Canadians in particular, looking at across the national landscape, are very fond of these mechanisms. And really, in being tasked, along with my colleagues, the Ministers of Fisheries and Aquaculture and the Minister of Agriculture, to develop this program, then it becomes, how do you make this work? And among the challenges, and I don't back away from challenges, but it is just, it's the context is important, that we have such a variety of vendors and a variety of consumers who choose those vendors. So, for instance, I am a great advocate, passionate about going to farmers markets. I regret that farmers market in Lunenburg is on Thursdays, and that it's rare now for me to be home on that day. But if I know there's a farmers market in a community that I'm heading to or through, I just always find it so fascinating, because again, every stall in a farmers market are small business people, and that alone is an important contact for me to make. Even in a farmers market environment, there can be a great deal of variation between how those businesses conduct themselves. We have all seen Square Up is just one brand of, you stick a widget in your iPhone and you can suddenly take a Visa card, a credit card. There are those who deal only in cash, and I have personally marveled at particularly the folks who work at in the veggie stands, and they're weighing things and adding up and dealing with cash, and the math alone that those folks are dealing with it just boggles my mind. They're decidedly low tech. So how then do you develop a program that you can use with that particular vendor and their fellows, but also up through other types of businesses? So an independent store and the big sort of box stores or the large corporate stores. And so a lot of our research has been with that retail environment. Then we have had to talk to the consumers, because people shop in all sorts of different places, and they don't also tend to shop in only one spot. We fool ourselves if we think that there's a Walmart shopper who only shops at Walmart. We tend to, and especially in a time of inflation, I have friends who are going back to paying attention to their flyers. And I understand why, because every savings can count. And then the other piece that has been not inconsiderable either is our producers, because I would acknowledge that in the earliest months for myself in government and going out to producers and being at their sites and saying, we're doing this program and we're really going to emphasize purchasing local, and you're a local producer, so this is great for you. And they, I would say across the board, they always responded, yes, and we appreciate that. But then we might have found out that due to the limits of inspection services, that this could only be truly meaningful if they would have more access to that to heightened inspection services. So other capacity issues within at the producer level, and largely those concerns then are shared with my colleagues directly, who are dealing in departments that have those direct relationships. But it's been taking all of that and then figuring out, this is where we're at right now, figuring out how this can work, from the mechanics to also being meaningful. And bearing in mind things like trade rules. We don't want to start a war with the United States over our incentive program. So these are, if it sounds like excuses, it's very complex. But it's not. It is not excuses. It's just making sure we get it right, because the other thing is we want it to work. Nova Scotia Loyal is going to, at the end of the day, for the member, it's designed to be something that is going to be able to address through incentives whatever hesitations and barriers a household may feel they have. Price can be one of those, although, again, sometimes the reality versus the perception of, there's this idea that you would pay a lot more for local, and that's not entirely true. It doesn't necessarily bear out. Nova Scotians hate waste. I found it amazing that lettuce in a clamshell, which you generally are paying more for because it's X number of leaves, but it's got a lot of production to it, that a lot. These were the grocery vendors telling us that consumers tend to prefer that kind of product, and their reasoning that they've gotten at is because they hate to waste. So the idea that they could buy a whole head of, we can't talk about romaine because that's been in short supply, but like that you would buy a head of lettuce, but you don't want to waste it, so you're buying less and paying more. So human behavior in around purchasing, as human behavior generally, is complex, And we are seeking, without trying to become neuroscientists ourselves, the best possible information, which includes connecting with Nova Scotians directly themselves.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the consultation that you were talking about, I'm just wondering, does the department have a list that, these are either the organizations, the businesses that we have been that we have consulted with? These are the areas across Nova Scotia that we have been to and have had that consultation, and in what form are those consultations taking place?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic and Development, and I feel the need to apologize because I was saying economics earlier, but I'm sure Hansard is only going to read bang, 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 bang.
All right, thank you. In terms of the prototyping days those engagements, so we divided broadly in terms of the places people shop, the vendors, independent stores, farmers markets, and large retail. And this was prototyping. This was going to those sites and working, speaking to their customers and offering a variety of different incentives. So in terms of what was offered, there was, you could win. Sorry.
So there was a monetary reward.
Yeah.
Discount.
Right.
Prize.
There was a prize, like you could have a chance at a draw. There was a monetary award. We wanted to try different things to find out what is the most meaningful. So again, during the election campaign, we talked about tying this, you would make purchasing of this much and it would result in so many points and those points could be used. But we really wanted to get down to but what is most meaningful of people? Is a chance, a draw of a bigger prize, something that would be more meaningful. So in terms of independent stores, we spent 10 days of prototyping, and the locations included Masstown Market, Jameson's General Store, and Port City Grocer. And in farmers markets at Lunenburg and at Halifax Brewery, and large retail locations in Sobeys Bedford, Sobeys New Glasgow. I know they were also at a large store in Amherst, but that might have been for one of the other programs, because there's been both the prototyping work and then the branding engagements. We have connected with over 10,000 Nova Scotians, and this is that would be as consumers. We would have, not in a neat little list that I can just hand you right now, but certainly all of the different associations, certainly the Farmers Market Association Nova Scotia, but other producer associations, and a lot of individual businesses seeking their input on this. So given the size of our province, not every attempt to have a significant, we didn't want to miss out a perspective within this.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I was just listening to your list, so if you see me just looking, I was looking at your list, and maybe at some point it can be tabled or what have you with regards to the various zones of the province, from eastern, west, central, what have you, as well as maybe even areas like regionally as well, like because Cape Breton and us Capers, we have our also a very different way of also spending and how much we love our rewards miles and our scenes and all that stuff. I want to say on Nova Scotia Loyal because the minister mentioned that you talked trades and you talked about trading and being issues with trades and procurement. And so if I'm trying to remember our procurement policies here in Nova Scotia, but if I remember correctly, there are some really strong procurement policies that we have, and would implementing any Nova Scotia Loyal see any changes to our procurement policies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you. So obviously I am not an expert in trade law, so I will only say that we are always mindful with development of this, both the incentive program, but other avenues that we are looking as a government to support our own businesses. We're always mindful of trade agreements, but we look to those areas where we do have an ability to purchase or direct purchasing in a particular way. And a really good example is at Events East, where they, through their properties and particularly at the Halifax Convention Centre, they highlight local in all of their menus, and to the degree that it's not. I mean, it's lovely to say, well, the dinner before you, but they go to the trouble and detail of having cards that will identify the producers of the food that is on the plate or being served in the case of a stand-up reception. And they will have, rule about props is probably the same here, so I don't know if I can hold up a piece of paper. But they have the QR codes. So at the launch of that local program, I remember, trying some kind of finger food, and I was able to use my camera and go right to the website of the farm where that particular item was produced. So they have a list of 70 plus local suppliers that they highlight as they are hosting these large national and international gatherings, conventions, and so forth. And we know that the folks who come for these conventions have often built in additional time to travel the province, but also that many Nova Scotians attend events there, and it is just another way to build awareness. And briefly, on that point about awareness, and with respect to the members' opening statements about trying to understand the goals here, and realizing that this is something that I have not touched upon. A big thing about incenting people to purchase local is, now I've walked into my, let's say, grocery store. It's about more than food, but groceries are a big area of potential. And in about a year ago, the superstores they invested in some wooden lighthouses, and they all had sort of a local Nova Scotia display. They're very, very nice. It's a very small. It's a lovely effort, but it's actually a small slice of the Nova Scotia made items that are in those stores. And it becomes, so how do I know as a consumer? Do I have to, if you're my age and I've got to wear these glasses to like read this fine print on anything, and I now know how to find my cucumbers that are from DeHaan's and so forth and so on. But it isn't always easy, and it isn't always obvious. So part of Nova Scotia Loyal will be the launch of branding that we can share with our producers, so they can get it on their products, and we can again work with the stores so that they can flag things to make it easier for the consumer to also find those products, because otherwise right now it's a bit of a treasure hunt, and most people don't have the time at the grocery store to indulge in that treasure hunt, among other factors.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and if you'll excuse me for this, but I may not have heard it over the jackhammering earlier. And that is, this government spent, what is the budget for Nova Scotia Loyal this year?
I recognize the honourable minister for economic development.
So the line item for Nova Scotia Loyal is $1.5 million, and that is to complete that research phase and developing the program and bringing it to launch.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
And this would be a decrease in that budget, would it, or an increase?
I recognize the honourable minister of economic development.
Actually, in fact, there was no line item for Nova Scotia Loyal in the prior year's budget. We were able to use existing funds within the department.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And as my colleague settles in, I'm just going to ask one more question, and that is payroll, the payroll rebate program. So the program criteria is unclear on how it's measured. So how do you measure strong management or commitment to diverse and inclusive hiring practices for the Nova Scotia operations? The agreement, my understanding for this rebate includes performance targets on positions created an average salary. Can you update on the results of this? And are all companies meeting their targets?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you very much. So, through you, Madam Chair, the question was about, in essence, how payroll rebates work and whether they can be used to provide opportunities to perhaps areas of the population. Groups within the population which are underrepresented and so forth. And in fact, that is one of the strengths of the payroll rebate. So not meaning to oversimplify some pretty, complex equations and so forth that are used. At its base, at its core, these agreements see a company agree to create so many positions per year over a period of time. The salary, the expectation of the salary for those positions is laid out, and calculations are carried out that speak to the return on investment. So in other words, that the provincial income tax that will be gained by the province will always be more than what we will be providing in the rebates. The other great thing about, because it is a rebate, is we are, as a government, or if we look at it as the taxpayer is never on the hook for jobs that are not created. For not all, but many companies, and I would say, I think every payroll rebate that's crossed my desk, there have been add-ons, or there certainly can be add-ons to further incent the hiring of underrepresented groups. That may be African Nova Scotians or Indigenous Nova Scotians. It can be for bringing new Nova Scotians to our province through immigration or incentives for new graduates. And increasingly, we have been looking, even as we conduct the tools review, at how we can use the tools we have, and this is very relevant to payroll rebates, to get the results that we want. So a common discussion now is in and around payroll rebates and IT firms, because these have been a very good tool to grow that sector. Do these folks have to work in this post-pandemic world? Do they have to work at a location, a physical location, in HRM, or are there work from home options? Increasingly there are. And then you talk to the company about, well, how far afield, could they be in a province that has invested a great deal in our connectivity? How can we broaden the employment prospects for Nova Scotians? So all of those pieces are considerations as rebates are negotiated.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps I'll start there. So in terms of payroll rebates and folks within the province, what sort of guarantees are set out in the contracts for the payroll rebates that the people being paid by the company will actually reside in the province? And, because we are in a whole new world of remote work. The better paycheck guarantee, when that was being discussed during the election, as you know, prior to being elected, I owned and operated a small business. I never paid the sad minimum wage that we pay people in this province, not to anybody, not even youth. But I think I also paid people a living wage. And I think, as a Nova Scotia small business, I would have been eligible for kind of what I understood of the better paycheck guarantee, except that I had folks working across the country. And so I could sort of see really early on that this better paycheck guarantee was very complicated and very difficult. But I'm wondering in payroll, so you agree in a payroll rebate, you agree to fund for a certain amount of positions. What's the agreement for them to be in Nova Scotia, and how do you monitor that?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So I was aware that they must reside in Nova Scotia, and the question becomes, so how is that verified? And the parties to these payroll agreements must provide an audited report that verifies that is the case. So that it's on their dime to do it, but they must provide it. And all of this takes place before any rebate checks, funds would be released to provide the rebates to those companies.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And I want to also follow up on the question that I heard my colleague from Cape Breton Center, Whitney Peer, asking about in terms of Nova Scotia Loyal. So I know there's $1.5 million allocated for this year. Is that all for one contract? If not, what amount for a contract? What for external contract? If you're re-engaging the firm that did some of the initial work, FTEs, how many? Is there an increase in FTEs working on the program? And if it's not consulting and it's not FTEs, what else is the money being spent on?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you. So there are no FTEs associated with that $1.5 million budget. But there will be the need for some outside services in terms of the final branding, realizing that the brand that becomes the identifier that we hope to see on, eventually on the packaging and so forth to help our consumers identify local products, communication services, and some related professional services in terms relating to things like the technology choice that may be related to the final program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So is there a contract in place for any of this work going forward in the next fiscal year? And can you talk about how much that contract is for?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So there are no contracts in place at this time.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Earlier, you talked about an ongoing tools review in the department. And I'm wondering if you can talk a bit more about what questions are being asked about the current existing tools, what the timeline is, have you engaged an outside consultant, and what the budget is, and are there any new FTEs in this work?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, and thanks for the question. So this process has, we did engage a consultant, Sandra McKenzie, who's a former Deputy Minister, to assist us in terms of any additional FTEs. We've been using our own staff as support for that process. Sandra does have an interview guide of sort of the types of questions that she asks, but basically they relate to what we identify as our 4 pillars of economic development activity, which is growing strategic sectors, increasing productivity, planting the seeds for the economy we want to have, and applying a local focus. And it more or less boils down to, do we have the tools we need today to meet those 4 pillars? Now, in terms of the wide swath of folks who are being interviewed, because, I mean, really, the nature of economic development, in my view, of economic development done successfully, really is about collaboration and partners, and ensuring that that voices are at tables and heard. You know, so it would range from some fairly localized economic development, like a local business association in a fairly rural area, to the leads on a venture capital fund like Sandpiper Ventures. Such as the review, you know, it is a review of the tools we have across the whole landscape of economic development. So that's the focus, ultimately, of the questions, and each person involved being interviewed bringing their particular perspective of sort of where in the ecosystem their experience resides.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And I'll ask sort of a follow-up to that. That's, I think, a quick and easy one, and then launch into my next question because the back and forth takes time. But what's the timeline on that contract, and when do you expect a report from the consultant? So earlier today, in response to some of the questions being asked by my Liberal colleagues, you talked about, of course, economic development is sort of one piece of a whole ecosystem that needs to work together, and that we would also see other budgetary commitments in other areas. So you talked about immigration and agriculture, and I hadn't had time to go right back to all the books, but I mean, my understanding is that labor skills and immigration departmentally budget is down about $1 million. There's a little bump in the immigration division, as far as I understand, and agriculture is actually quite flat. So there was increased spending based on crisis spending and additional appropriations, but its budget relative to what was estimated for 2022, 2023 is relatively the same. So with that being said, if immigration has a role to play, if other departments like agriculture have a role to play, how are they going to play it if they are also seeing no limited growth or no growth in their budgets?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So it is my recollection, and I find, I sit here with documentation for my own department, but it is my recollection that there is a not unsubstantial increase in agriculture. I see my colleague shaking his head yes. I certainly know that in LSI, because frankly, at the time, the discussion in and around a not insignificant ask and an ask tied to FTEs to bolster the particular division within that department relating to immigration applications, and as this is not so I know that to be true as to what the overall LSI budget as a whole, whether it is up by 1% or 2% or down, I would have to defer to Minister Balzer on that. But certainly on the critical challenge of labor market access to labor, realizing that we do have the essential interest of people to come to our province, and also very important that we have the confidence of the federal government, because ultimately with immigration they control what numbers we are permitted in any of our streams. But because Nova Scotia has performed well, not simply in terms of the people want to come here, but in the federal government's estimation of how well the services bundled around those newcomers have been delivered. But there was a very substantial increase in that division in FTEs and associated funding.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. And so, I mean, as you know, I've asked before about sort of an economic development plan, sort of how it all fits together, recognizing that the pieces are cross-departmental. So perhaps you could walk me through a little bit how you work with your interdepartmental colleagues, how the departments work together. So if I'm looking at the 2023 targets and the recognition of high potential clusters, so if we take seafood and agri-food, for instance, how does that goal get relayed and translated and worked on together with the folks at immigration, with the folks at skills development as well, in terms of thinking about increasing productivity, as well as with agriculture? Like, how do all the pieces get aligned? You say agri-food, how does everyone else know agri-food is a target? and I'm sorry I said you, the minister says agri-food's a target, and then how do all the other ministers know that agri-food's a target?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. It's a very thoughtful question, and sometimes you're doing things, and it's like, how you're asking, like, how is that doing? And I have to stop and I have to think, like, how I know that it's working, but how is exactly it working? And I would start with the premise that as a small province, and for a long time Nova Scotia has thought broadly that our size was to our disadvantage. And I think among other shifts of mindset is a recognition now that being a small province is an advantage. Similarly, in a small province's government, that there is an ability for governments to integrate and work together really well. And it's much more than the weekly or more frequent as required deputies meetings, but that colleagues are working together. So if we look at something like agri-food, with Minister Morrow's department, we, as economic development, are involved in a number of innovation hubs where we are, and they tend to have a certain sector alignment. So we have hubs that are more geared toward ocean tech, or others that are IT. But we have an innovation hub, for instance, that's focused on clean tech and ag tech, and connecting between our departments so that as those, in that case, a startup company can be connected into the resources of the department, that the department is aware, and that the producers and farmers are made aware of these new and often very, very exciting developments. Now, similarly, as those endeavors grow, then we have the connectivity into Crown corporations, which could include Perennia as one of the key crowns within agriculture. But in Invest being under my portfolio, Invest would be, the agency with which I am most familiar. So somebody has an opportunity to look at an export market. It is largely at the staffing level that without question the detail is shared. The most robust detail is shared. When I would say when my colleagues and I get together, it tends to be more at the levels of policy and where we can improve and make. But even suggest, I was going to say to make improvements in process, but I would say even improvements in process. It is very dedicated staff who most often are essential in highlighting those opportunities.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
So with that, how will success be measured? So how will you know that the interdepartmental collaboration is happening? I mean, obviously there's sort of an ex-ante approach where at the end of it you're like, okay, good. So like we at the Department of Economic Development our targets, and you have clear targets here that will be measurable, and then can be assured that other departments have met their targets. Like how will success be measured?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So every department sets out its individual objectives in their business plans. And my observation would be that it would be very rare that they could meet all of those targets alone. So there is an inherent degree of collaboration that is required on any number of the targets that I may have for my department or that Minister Morrow may have for his department. But I do think one of the check-ins would be reflected in mandate letters. So we all, as ministers, we all have mandate letters that identify certain initiatives or outcomes for which we are responsible. And there are a number of shared mandate items across those letters. And the one that immediately comes to mind is Nova Scotia Loyal, wherein Department of Economic Development is to take the lead on the development of that program, but working with agriculture and working with fisheries and oceans. Fisheries and aquaculture. Don't want to put Minister Craig in charge of that other agency with all of its foibles. But so I think that is one of the primary check-ins is when we are accomplishing the joint mandate items that we have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
And so, I mean, that's perhaps one of the missing pieces because we can access the mandate letters, but each mandate letter included the requirement to, within 90 days, to develop, a time-bound plan, and then none of those were ever shared publicly. So for those outside government, it's hard to see how things are progressing in tandem. And certainly, I've worked in the federal government and the provincial government and on lots of interdepartmental initiatives, and they were all important. And some of them worked well, and some of them didn't. And so, if you didn't have shared policy frameworks or other sort of tools to sort of
Order.
guide things along.
That concludes this round for the NDP's line of questioning. We'll move to the official opposition with the honourable member from Clayton Park West.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister. And I'm just going to carry on with my colleague from Northside Westmount started, which is the small business, which is very important to me. I was a small business owner myself. So 52% of small business are still carrying pandemic debt with an average of $102,000. Why is there no broad-based support for businesses? Or if you can also include, since you started as a minister, what programs and how or money has any small business, knowing that you started right after the pandemic or in the middle of the pandemic? I don't know, when do we say the pandemic ended?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, and thank the member for the question. Coming into government, I do remember in the fall of 2021 the early hopes that we were through the worst. And yet that all becomes very arbitrary of, what is the worst. Certainly, COVID-19 did not go away, and we saw later that fall a significant surge in virus load, which led our department to offer the Small Business Impact Grant. So that particular program was rolled out. We later did I should provide perhaps a bit of detail that eligible businesses were able to access a one-time grant of up to $7,500 based on gross revenue or gross payroll. That was in November 2021. There were over 1,700 applications, and $6.8 million was dispersed. We'll remember that was prior to Christmas. The outbreak was particularly difficult in HRM, in our food service and hospitality sector. I mean, all of those hopeful bookings for Christmas parties and so forth were terribly impacted. In March of 2022, we also did roll out the Targeted Sector Impact Program. And that program was stood up based on the feedback we were receiving from the cosmetology industry and practitioners who were directly impacted or affected by the mask mandates that were still in place at that time. So that was a one-time grant of $2,500. And then, although I'm very proud of the efforts of our department in standing up this program so quickly, I at the same time would say regrettably that we had to have another emergency program in October of last year, the Small Business Hurricane Relief Program, that was launched to provide a one-time grant of $2,500 to eligible small businesses. Again, the eligibility reflected the length of power outages and other conditions that made it impossible for businesses to operate. So those are the slate of direct to business supports. The department offers a great number of programs that are designed to assist businesses in increasing their prosperity through the identification of efficiencies, new approaches to the way that they do business, investments in their business, and so forth and so on. I am very mindful of the debt it is a somewhat historic debt that is being carried by the small business community. But we believe the best way to help them is through helping them to do business better, and in specific sectors like tourism, to ensure our marketing campaigns are robust and that consumers are available to purchase their products and services.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Any business to flourish and get there, they have to get rid of the debt first so that they can make. And you know that more than 50% of small businesses are below normal sales still. So you had a year from October 2020, well, that's just because of Fiona, but March is really when the last time you helped the businesses of 2022, beside Fiona, which is specific to food that they lost and whatever. And the budget, and you didn't ask, and the minister did not increase the budget so they can help small business to get rid of their debts before, so that they can survive. Well, you know, they're still below normal sales, 50% of them, and 52% are still carrying 100,000. So we needed to help them to get out of that debt. Do you have any intention of helping them to get out of that debt?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we do know that a great number of small businesses did access the Canada Emergency Business Account that was offered through the federal government. And we will continue to work with our federal partners so that they may be in a position to consider. Well, I certainly couldn't speak for them, but the timelines on repayments for those particular debts. There are a number of businesses that were able to get $40,000. It was helpful, and I, having been working with a business that did access that fund, and you know, the promise that if you could pay it off by a certain debt, that $10,000 would be forgiven. But it really comes down to would you be in the position to pay it off? And of course, then there were additional funds so that businesses were able to access $60,000, particularly through that program. But I would add that the province of Nova Scotia, you know, our capabilities would not permit the province of Nova Scotia to underwrite the debt for our small business community. So our best route to helping them is to help them in that recovery as their sales return, as their customers return. That is the space in which we can best help them.
Recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. Thank the Minister for that answer. There is many ways we can help them, especially now. On top of the debt they have, the gas prices have gone up. Their housing has gone up. For staffing, they have to help their staff, pay them more so that they can be able to pay their rent. So everything has gone up for them, and they're literally still not they're below their normal sales before the pandemic. So help should have been there in this budget for them. And we really missed helping small business, and that's why 65% of CFIB members do not believe that business is even a priority for the government. And why does the department have no small business plan? Do we have a small business plan that I can talk about?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So Nova Scotia is growing. Our population is growing. Our economy is growing. In that way, we are delivering more customers to those businesses. But if we were, as government, one of the other things that business talks about with concern, and reasonably so, is whether we are heading into a recession, whether we are going to have a mild, the soft landing, or whether it could be worse. And governments at all levels have been advised that putting too much public money into the system is a trigger for that potential. So it is a complicated space. And as I say, as someone who's worked in small business, who's lay awake at night on occasions wondering how I was, it was always, so long as I can pay my people, and then putting up with managing the calls from vendors who were also many times small businesses whom I was not in a position to pay. I recognize how tough it is, and with inflation, with coming out of the pandemic, there are a lot of pressures. I would note that we do have sectors and businesses that are bucking that trend and returning robustly. And when I was involved, particularly in the wooden boat building sector, at a time when pretty much everybody was saying that their competition had become their own boats because of world economic, North American economic pressures, and a lot of people were selling these recreational pleasure craft. So now you're competing against your own really good boat that was 2 or 3 years old. And I would sit at a table with a lot of folks who had a lot more experience in that industry, certainly, than I did. And you could either look at it a couple of ways. One way was to say, well, we're all in the same situation. Everybody's seeing these lackluster sales and sharing common concerns. And I sat there waiting to see who would be the first to buck the trend, because I wanted to know that in seeing that, I had hope that there was a way to come out of it. And in fact, that is what I watched as players in that particular industry, through their own innovation and their own smarts, found ways out. And that's part of what we're going to be watching here.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you don't mind, I would love to see, and if you can table a small, your plan for small businesses. What do we have as a short term and a long term? A 2-year and a 5-year and a 10-year. Do we have a plan for small business and how we can help them get out of their debt and reach to, the point for the ones, the 50% that haven't been able, some sectors have done well, and hopefully tourism will get better, but many other businesses are, and I know a lot of businesses downtown have suffered because people are working from home. How do they? It's never going to be the same. How do we help those businesses survive?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair. I think you called me honest for a minute there, and that I am. I'm just so delighted that there's no pounding at the moment. I hope I'm not jinxing things. So I would respond to the honourable member to say that, like, there is the document that you were requesting. It just simply it doesn't exist in the form in which you're seeking. But we continue to work closely with the business community, any number of sector organizations. I mean, that is the nature of economic development, and we are collaborative and we are responsive, so that when and I will look back to that cosmetology program that we stood up. We had some pretty angry hairdressers. I started to wonder if I was going to be able to, like, if I'd just have to keep growing my hair out after we had done the prior sector, and they had been excluded from that. And we had meetings with them, and we listened to them, and we did our best to be responsive to them. So we will continue to work with the business community, including the small business community. But I would say, definitely be open to their ideas that they may have on those, how to address those pressures.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Clayton Park West.
I thank the minister, but I think the minister danced around my question again. I'm a business owner. If I go try and for any business owner to ask for money or from the bank, the first thing they ask you, what is your short-term and long-term business plan? So as a department, we need some guidelines. If in 2 years, what does the department want to do for small businesses? What is their where are our targets to help small businesses, to grow them, to this? There has to be a plan. I can't imagine a department without a plan for small business, for every little section that you're working on. We need a 2-year and a 5-year plan so that we know, we can measure, have we succeeded? Do we want that 50% to come down to 25%? Do we know? Do we have an idea of where we're heading in the next 2 years, let's say, to the next election, and then maybe the next 5 years after that? So that how, can we bring those businesses, identify those businesses that are suffering, which ones have debts, how are we going to help them to get out of the debt, and how, if you're not going to give them financial help, what else, and ask for that in the budget. If it wasn't asked this year, it will be asked next year. So I'm just surprised that there is no such a document of a plan.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
There is a plan for the department. I would point out to the honourable member. You've asked for, perhaps I should ask you, you want one for small businesses. How would you define small businesses?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Yeah. The department has, if your revenue is that much, then you're a small, medium, and large. They've been identified over the years. I was called a small business for a reason. So I don't have the exact figure, but the department comes up with those figures. I don't.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So with respect, there would be those who would reference Nova Scotia not even having a large business, that everything in our province could be considered a medium, small, and less. But what I can offer to the member is we have a business plan that offers a number of programs designed to help our businesses thrive. And they are not exclusive in any way that they exclude the small business sector. Now, we do know, and we are always open to working with the business community and with communities. We have our regional enterprise networks, our RENs, which work very specifically in the space of assisting small businesses. They assist small businesses with labor needs. They assist small businesses with training needs. They connect them to these programs to help them thrive. So there is a plan for helping businesses, including small businesses. The specific debt relief issue is where we do not have the capacity as a province in this post-pandemic business environment we don't have the capacity to send out checks to knock down that debt, regrettably.
Recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I thought there was no issue with money with this government. We will do everything for health. They can do everything for the small business maybe as well. Anyway, I'll move on to the next item, and that is buy local. I remember that my colleague, the former Minister of Agriculture and Fishery, had a similar program. And if you can maybe explain what this your loyal program, it's called, compared to the old program that we had. And I remember it being in the stores, and they identified the items, whether it's fruit, whether it's blueberry product, that anything that was produced or cultivated in Nova Scotia, they identified it with a special thing. Is that program still on? How are you educating people? What are local products?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair. So Nova Scotia Loyal, our program, embraces that very issue because education of what is out there in our grocery stores, in our marketplaces of various types, in terms of local product, is an essential piece of this. What distinguishes Nova Scotia Loyal is moving beyond what in the past has largely been an advertising and promotion spend. So, whether that was signage at the seafood counter and so forth and so on, commercials across various media. There's, without question, there has been value that has been obtained through those programs, but there's a clear ceiling beyond which we bump that ceiling. And and particularly when we move away from those campaigns, when the X number of weeks of the television commercial, and we see the receding sometimes of that purchasing power. So the biggest single difference with Nova Scotia Loyal is the development of the incentive program. So something extra to invest people in buying local, to assist them in getting past whatever barriers, real or perceived, that they have to upping their basket full of Nova Scotia grown or produced goods. Now, part of that absolutely is a branding process, because to the credit of our province, and notably its farmers, fishers, manufacturers, and producers, we have a lot more in stores than ever before. But as I had mentioned in response to an earlier question, even when we have, and I give full credit and thanks to some of the major retailers that have put out sort of an Atlantic Canadian display with a number of goodies on it. That's only a fraction of the number of products in that particular environment that actually are made here. So we have to make it easier. We can't ask the grocery stores, it's not practical for them to put all the Nova Scotia products over there in that corner, because it would be such a mishmash of produce and processed foods and things that would need refrigeration and different kinds of shelving. And if, after all, you're heading down the juice aisle, it's because you want juice. But we do want the consumer to be able to easily, when walking up the juice aisle, be able to know that vendors like Terra Beata are that is a Nova Scotia product. So there will be branding, and we're also very acknowledging that. So if we were in a position, and we're not there quite yet, though soon, to reveal a new brand, a new logo that will become the identifier, that we will educate Nova Scotians to look for that. We'll call it a star for right now. Look for that star. We can't say to our producers, by the way, starting tomorrow, we need you to put that star on. So there'll be a transition, and so talking to. So happens, one of the juice makers, we talked about so we could put something over the neck of the bottle because, again, they might have 10,000 labels, 20,000 labels already in stock. But that is the direction that we're moving, that you can easily find and identify and make a choice. I want to buy snacks for my young person, my child's lunchbox, or my own lunchbox, my husband's lunchbox. I'm looking across a very colorful and busy produce section in the grocery store. How do I find what's from Nova Scotia? And there are choices inherent there, and we need to disrupt some of the current buying habits, which might be that the thing that's on sale. We've all done that. Ooh, that looks good. We end up buying wooden strawberries from California because they're on for $2.99. But that is the big difference. So it is not saying those programs that supported and encouraged Buy Local in the past were not valuable. We are seeking to go beyond that, and we have set a goal of a 10% shift.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Chair, sorry. So the old program did not move things in a different location whatsoever. It was, in where the apples, the Nova Scotia apples, there was a purple sign. I believe it looked like a turnip at the time. And it was wherever products are Nova Scotians, it was just signage that allowed people to say, oh, if this is Nova Scotian, it's almost the same price as this, I will go for the Nova Scotian. People loved that, and it was there. So we're going to spend more money to come up with another logo when we already trained people to recognize that was Nova Scotian. So I don't see it in the stores, and I'm quite sad that we spend a lot of money, it's government money, taxpayer money, to train people that this is Nova Scotian, and now that's taken, let's bring some new idea of a different logo to train people again. I'm just surprised because I just thought that was going quite far. Constituents kept telling me about it. So, and it was at Sobeys, it was a different product, just literally signage. And it was lovely, very well accepted, and a lot of people knew this is a Nova Scotia product, and many people make a conscious to pay a little extra to buy Nova Scotia product. So that program has been scrapped, or that logo has been scrapped? Is that what I'm hearing? Because I don't see it in the store.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So again, this is not about scrapped, but I would say the fact that, so you think it was a turnip?
I actually, it's on my Facebook somewhere because I remember the minister came to Sobeys and they let me know, so I showed up and I wore the T-shirt, so I can find you what the logo looks like. It's on a T-shirt.
So among jobs number one, we want to have an identifier that is lasting and recognizable, so that we could describe it and certainly identify it. In terms of the signage, and there will be some good old-fashioned signage to help people in the transition of this program, but getting back to that overarching number one concern of the business community, which is access to labor. And putting little signs, I mean, again, it speaks to the volume of products, Nova Scotia-made products, that are in our stores, there are limitations in the marketplace none of our retail partners are saying, don't give me signs, but they are saying, we may not be able to do as much with them as you think. That was specific feedback that we got during this process. And if we are going to invest in those kinds of items, in particular, we had some insight into the materials we would use. So, if you have something made of cardboard and it gets wrecked, and so that was part of the feedback that we specifically received. But again, I would point to the incentive program, which is what makes the difference. So you have indicated there are those that even if they feel they're purchasing a Nova Scotia made or grown item at a premium, that they're willing to do it. And we all make choices as consumers. The incentive is designed to drive more people to make that choice. Whether the item is, because price isn't the only barrier that we have in the marketplace. This is another tangible way to incent Nova Scotians, and in a program that is also designed to make they, the consumer, they, the producers, and they, the vendors, feel good. A vendor likes when they can highlight a local product. A local producer likes it when they're appreciated. All of this is part of this program.
Before I recognize the member for Clayton Park West, I would like to remind you to wait for the chair to acknowledge you before you answer the minister's questions. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been in that chair many times, and I know how hard that is, so I apologize. And I'm going to give my colleague, I'm going to step back, and my colleague has a couple of more questions as well. Thank you.
Excellent. I recognize the member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you. And even though I chair public accounts, I have a hard time too, and start talking. Yes, we all do it. So in terms of Nova Scotia Loyal, and I apologize if someone else has asked these questions and I wasn't here when they were asked. What metrics are you using to define local?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as part of the research phase for this program, we did extensive reviews of other loyalty programs across Canada and internationally to identify the best practices for defining what is local. Our starting point is products grown or substantially produced in Nova Scotia. However, where there are other departments that have definitions for certifying local products, we will adopt those. So whether it is internal of government or we have producer associations with definitions, we are not looking, this is a collaborative, joint process to raise all our boats, so to speak. So, for example, agriculture has definitions around local for agri-food and beverage products to be eligible for their various initiatives. NSLC is in the process of defining local for its Proudly Nova Scotian program. So, again, not to duplicate efforts, to strengthen and knit together in the most effective way. these various initiatives. At the same time, we don't want this, critically, we can't have this become an overly complicated consideration where a consumer or, gosh, forbid that the cashier is wondering, is this or isn't this? So we have to make it as straightforward as possible.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So last summer, I think we saw trucks going in parades, and we saw young people going along. I heard something the other day about emails being collected. Can you clarify for me whether in those activities or the activities where people are going into grocery stores, are they in fact collecting emails from people about this program?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So there has been, we have sought to collect people's input, but there has not been data collection. And in fact, the only instance that I could think of that an email, unless someone specifically said, like, I'm a producer and I'd like more information sent to me, that kind of scenario. We did engage a contract that saw Nova Scotia Loyal out at a number of our sort of midwinter events and celebrations, and they had a 360-degree. You saw it? And so if folks wanted their videos, they weren't retained, but they would have provided their video, they would have provided either a text number or an email to have the video sent, but there was no retention of that kind of information. What we wanted was people's feedback on their purchasing habits and their thoughts on what could influence them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. So the young people who worked last summer with the trucks who were going in parades, how were they hired?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a couple of vendors that were involved. One of them, the company that oversaw the collection for behavioral behavioral data, which would be Davis Peer. So they did hire, in many cases, folks I would describe as young people, certainly compared to me, young people, who would have been at sites like farmers markets and various retail outlets. And then there was a contract with a communications firm, and they did, those would have been more of the events-focused, promotion of the program. And there would have been young people associated with those endeavors as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
And what was the name of the communications firm?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So, so a clarification as well as an answer to the honourable members' question. So, the communications event contract was with Maverick Communications, but the communications company, I think, on those occasions where you specifically referenced parades, those would have been occasions where the truck may have been with the local MLA or minister may have had the truck there. So certainly the communications contract did not include paying anyone to walk in parade. So vis-a-vis any specific interest in young people that might have accompanied any of the trucks, I would feel pretty. They certainly weren't paid by the department. They were likely volunteers in some connection to the area's MLA.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So I might have missed it, were the trucks offered to all MLAs for use or only certain MLAs?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
So the trucks were available upon request, and that is why they appeared in quite a number of summer parades. Well, actually, I don't actually know how many parades they were honestly in, but certainly at a number of events. From the minister's agriculture conference, we had the truck there, or I will say that I had one of the trucks in Lunenburg for the international dory races, but they were available upon request. And to my knowledge, I don't think any requests that were made were declined.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So when you say upon request, you can't know what you don't know. And if MLAs don't know that these are available for request, never heard it, never saw an email, I'm not aware of any opposite. So there are a number of MLAs who did not know that these were available upon request. And so I'm just wondering, will they be available again upon request this summer? And could the minister provide us with a list of which parades and events they appeared at and with whom they appeared?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
So I would say, while I have not today given a finite date upon by which the program will be rolled out, I will be happy as a clam to have Nova Scotia Loyal. I mean, I believe in this program, and we want this program to be known and recognized, and critically to be embraced by Nova Scotians. We, because so much of the trucks at present have the early branding, which is reflective of a program that is still under development and discussion. But presuming trucks figure in the future of the rollout plan, I will be happy to work with the entirety of the hosts to take in as many community events as possible. That will be very much in keeping with the goals of the program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Which would be lovely, and thank you very much. But I would like to have a list of where those trucks appeared and which MLAs were with them when they did appear. So I think maybe I will move on. I'm just wondering, my colleague was talking about a number of businesses that are, struggling post-COVID. We know that restaurants are having to reduce their hours. They can't find labor. A lot of restaurants are actually shortening their hours, but their rent payments still remain the same, et cetera. They're on average, they're running at only 80% capacity. Is there anything in this budget to help them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would reiterate that there remain a lot of programs to assist businesses with identifying efficiencies in their operations, with potentially funding investments in their operations to make them more sustainable. There are certainly investments in my colleague, the Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration's budget to assure that that department is well-resourced in terms of being able to look after the applications and the opportunities to connect those looking to immigrate to Canada and specifically to come to Nova Scotia, to do so and to connect them with employers. But there is nothing specific for the food service industry to deal with. Certainly, nothing specific for that sector.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So in recent months, 19 restaurants have closed. We know that 50% of independent restaurants are running at a loss or break even. They can't continue for long on that. 25% of independent restaurants believe that they will never recover from the pandemic. And the restaurant industry is a large employer for people under the age of 25. Given all of those different factors, I would urge the minister to consider this particular industry and what they're going through right now, unless it's not a priority, which maybe it isn't. But I think we've seen a rebounding of tourism, which is great. Try to book a cottage. It's brutal, right? So my concern is, come the summer, these restaurants may not exist anymore. And we actually saw some of that last summer, where we had tourists in Cape Breton, and they couldn't find any place to eat. They're on the Cabot Trail. They couldn't find any place to eat, if they weren't in there before 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or whatever time. So is the department looking at that particular issue at all in terms of finding ways to help support them financially? I recognize fully that the labor piece belongs elsewhere, but I think restaurants are challenged, and the more they're challenged, the more are going to shut down, and that is going to make it more and more difficult for us to actually keep expanding our tourism industry. So if the minister could speak to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My husband is a chef, and he's worked with the Canadian Coast Guard for the last number of years, but he certainly did his time in restaurants, and it used to be a real drag when we were first dating, and I would be, given the nitty-gritty of what it costs to put a meal on a plate. It was once I landed him, I've eaten well, it's very clear. But I know that the margins in that industry are slim. They really are. We have, at the Department of Economic Development, we have a really strong relationship with both Restaurants Canada and the Restaurant Association of Nova Scotia. The president of the Restaurant Association of Nova Scotia actually is a constituent, and I talk to him a great deal. And they recognize that their industry in this post-pandemic world is facing changes, significant changes in the go forward of how, what the business model will need to change into to succeed. And I am always saddened when I hear of any business close, because I know that every business is behind that business is a person or people, whether employees or owners, and how much that they put in. I am also very mindful of Nova Scotia's tourism product, and when you are traversing, we encourage people to get out and explore this whole province. And if you find yourself as a traveler, but can't find an open restaurant at which to grab a meal, that is the potential to diminish the otherwise great quality product that we have. But we are speaking therein, we're speaking to demand. And as we head back into another, what promises to be a very robust summer, and it does fundamentally come back to a labor problem. And it is correct that for a long time, the labor that was available, particularly during the height of a summer tourism season here, was greatly increased by young people. And again, in this post-pandemic world, we are seeing young people making other choices, and we are seeing some restaurants, again, trying out bringing people from a very different stage of their life, from retirement or semi-retirement. And that is them being creative, and we will continue to work with that industry as they seek to be innovative and creative. But it is our position that the best place we can help them is in that labor area.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin with a reminder that you have 7.5 minutes left.
Thank you. So I'm going to take that as a no. And I do think that I should give some time to my colleague from the NDP. I think she's got...
Our hard stop is at 3:37.
Okay,
if you want to share the time, that's up to you too.
Good. I wanted to make sure she had some time. Good. Okay. 2 in 5 businesses are saying they find it difficult to obtain permits and licenses. The government could ease this process by reviewing and publishing expected timelines, so people that know how long it's going to take to get their licenses. Is there any money in this budget to do that kind of thing? Is it anything you're even entertaining?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Office of Regulatory Affairs and Service Effectiveness, of course, the Honourable Member would be familiar with, that is really the area of their work and their mission. And they do great work. I see things coming through Treasury routinely. We saw something included in the Financial Measures Act. It sounds like a pretty simple thing to take away, and in some ways I viewed it that way when I saw it come across the table, that when a business, for instance, does not renew on time their business registry, and we were requiring businesses who came later to renew to pay off the last bill and then pay to re-register, sort of a duplication of payment, even if they were only a number of months late, and at a time when businesses are under these series of extraordinary pressures. That seemed like a very simple thing we could do to reduce that particular financial burden. So we will, it's certainly my experience that government departments are very, very invested in working with ORAs, and we will continue to do that.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I do have a small business, a very, very small business, and so every year I do my annual registration online. And it's been glitchy. Sometimes I've had to, it says it's gone through, but it doesn't, or it does go through and it says it hasn't, and I've had to call. What's the status of that website? It was sort of waiting on tenterhooks. Did it happen? Did it not? Because I would typically do it on a Friday afternoon, and then I'm like, now or on a weekend. Can you update us on the situation with that business registration website?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, because I've been there and done that too, and I've always been, if it says something must be renewed by March 31st, I might leave it to the 31st, but I'm not leaving it to April 1st, right? So I'm like, I made sure it was double circled in my notebook, and have sadly encountered that same experience. I will note that so that is under the responsibility and purview of Service Nova Scotia, but I have spoken with my colleague there many times about this, because again, time is money. Business owners don't have extra time to sit there and wonder and redo. So we need those things to be better. The head of Digital Nova Scotia, for whom I have the utmost respect and almost fangirl reaction, she would love to see, as government, like a major undertaking of so many of these systems, because she is so talented and so well tapped in. She knows where the highest bar is being set, and not just that, but also the results that can be achieved for that. I do know that the minister for that department is very interested in getting to that point. Too often, he is coming forward with situations in and around software systems that are expiring, and the member will know from her own cabinet experience. So it's very hard to get ahead of that. But again, I do think those, on a personal level, and as minister for this department, I think those investments are necessary, and that they would be that the rationale for them is presenting this province as the up-and-coming, growing, and vibrant place that it is. So,
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So I think so what time did you say we're done?
You have 1 minute, sorry.
Okay. So I'll just do this very quickly. The Lunenburg Foundry Shipyard, how much was spent on analysis, legal fees, How much money did it cost to pull out of the deal? You don't have to answer me right now if you don't have the information, but we would like that sent back to us and in a timely fashion, because I know. And I'm not saying that this happened with your department. I want to be really clear. I know some of my colleagues have had difficulty getting like a full year, not getting answers back. So if you could provide that to us, I would be most appreciative.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
I would only say that should be doable.
Perfect. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you have those, the answers to my colleagues' questions about Lunenburg Shipyard at your fingertips, you could offer them now.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
I would just say that we do not have that at our fingertips.
I would recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I guess I would echo the call. I mean, I'm surprised, to be honest, I'm surprised that you wouldn't have come, that the Minister would not have come ready with this information, given it's been a topic of discussion within her portfolio. Last fall, this government introduced legislation that amended the capital investment tax credit, increasing it from 15% to 25%, extending the project maximum from $30 million to $100 million, and retroactive to a month before the bill was introduced. As a legislature, this served second go at the FMA within a single fiscal year, and feeling like a major tax change, a major initiative was buried, and a second FMA was concerning, and confused about why it couldn't wait another 6 months. So, in legislative planning, often it takes a long time to get things ready. So, was it just so very late for the last year, or what was the urgency for this year? So we I guess understood better with the announcement of the Michelin expansion and retrofit this past month. So was the program expansion designed specifically for Michelin, and when did conversations with Michelin begin about this particular investment credit and the work that they wanted to do?
I would like to recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to just ever so briefly reach back as regards the request for the information about the Lunenburg Shipyard project. As we do know, on December 1st, Build Nova Scotia, which was the Crown Corporation that made that bid, moved over to Public Works. So there have been questions fired at me in the House. That is true, and but the fact that I don't have that information on me is because I am no longer the minister responsible for build. Nonetheless, moving on to the question about the tax credit. To be very clear, this measure was not done for Michelin. It is reflective of the incredible opportunities and interest that is being shown in this province by a succession of entities looking at opportunities in this province, and it really is reflective of the scale of the investments that are under consideration that made clear that it was needed to look at that. As far as the timing of Michelin, I can easily say that I've been personally involved in some manner of discussion in around potential opportunities at Michelin since election. In the fall of 2021, we had the honor of having the head of Michelin Global in Nova Scotia as part of their anniversary celebrations. And on that date, we were talking about some expansion work that has been announced some months ago, but I was aware through CEO Andrew Much that there was a much larger prize, but a much larger opportunity that existed for our province. I do want to I want to highlight that we have, through particularly Invest Nova Scotia, but the department and but most especially Rhonda McDougall, Director of Strategic Partnerships, we have a lockstep relationship with Michelin as such a significant employer and partner and advocate for our province on that world stage. As we are talking with these other global players interested in investing and bringing opportunities to this province, Mr. Much is very happy to speak favorably to all that Nova Scotia brings in terms of opportunities, noting highly its labor force. So this is really forward looking to the opportunities that are before us at this time.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And, I certainly, Michelin has been such an important part of our province for a long time. I definitely recognize that. At the same time, I guess, it's a quickly changing world that we can't anticipate. We can't anticipate in terms of, what will rock the economy, what innovations will come forward, and Michelin, I'll take it at face value, this idea of a partner, but they are in fact a company. So they're going to make decisions based on the market, and they're going to make decisions that are in the best interest of their shareholders. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're not a government, so they don't have to have other goals or targets or motives. And so this idea that this investment is saving 3,600 current jobs for generations to come, how do we know that? How do we know, what's written down? So the money that we provided over 5 years, is that to keep 3,600 jobs here for the next 5 years? Or has Michelin signed something that I can't imagine any company in the world signing that says we're going to keep these 3,600 jobs just as they are? There won't be any technology changes. There won't be any market changes. We won't go somewhere else in the world for generations. So 70 years. What does it how can we actually say it's 3,600 jobs for generations to come?
While the minister is deliberating, we will stop at 3:31, which will give the minister 5 minutes for her, a little over 5 minutes for her closing speech. So I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we know that Michelin is a business without question. And as a global business, it can go anywhere in the world. This was competitive. This was not a slam dunk. And honestly, here is both the answer to your question in terms of what will ensure those generations to come, but equally what the table stakes were. So the way that the tax credit is designed, they have to make the investment first. There's no money up front. Michelin as a company, which has as corporations go, has a very committed mandate to people, planet, profit. Profit's in there for sure, but they have shown a great commitment in terms of investments they've been making at their plants all over the globe in terms of greening their operations. But equally, they made the commitment that they will be, as part of that people, planet, profit commitment, that they will be the purveyor of tires for electric vehicles, the purveyor of the quality tires. They are going to be making this massive investment in our province, and having made it here, they're going to want that plant to work. They recognize, and this is where the table stakes, because as happy as I was to be at the event, certainly to have the Prime Minister come down and a really fantastic day for the workers of the Bridgewater plant and that community to celebrate, what I knew was, had we not found the way to seize this opportunity, it would have also signaled a slow diminishment of Michelin in this province, because as we see the targets that have been set, our own here in our province, in our country, and around the world, of the movement that we need to make, we all agree all of these movements aren't fast enough for the environmental imperatives that are upon us. The tires being made at our plants in Nova Scotia today will be irrelevant. So we have, in landing this opportunity, that is why we can say that we have ensured that employment. We already have families that have 3 generations already in the 50 years that company has been here in Nova Scotia. And now, with the commitment to this investment, we fully believe that will continue in the generations to come.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And I mean, my question was really about what's, kind of what's written down. I guess we've got a 5-year agreement, right? And so Michelin will, presumably make their investments over the next 5 years. And that's the agreement that the government of Nova Scotia currently has with Michelin. So, I understand they're making a large investment, but I also think that, I actually think it's just a little bit disingenuous to suggest that it's 3,600 jobs for generations to come, because that's not like the way that it was sort of sold and branded. But hopefully it does result in long-term stability. So they're receiving $61.3 million over 5 years, and the estimate from the fall is that there'd be $35 million annually through this measure. So do we have a sense of what, so the 61.3 million, is that anticipated to be like equal over the 5 years? Probably not. There's probably a ramp up, a major and a ramp down. So this year, what's being done to solicit new contracts and new folks who want to take advantage of this capital investment tax credit?
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I can understand that.
Wait, your mic's not. There you go.
I can clarify the question. Okay, so Michelin. So the estimate is that there'd be 35 million annually spent by the government of Nova Scotia through this corporate investment tax credit. So 35 million. Michelin is 61.3 over 5 years. So let's say Michelin will file for, I don't know, $8 million of this tax credit for the tax year, assuming like they're in ramp up mode or whatever. So what's happening with the other money that's estimated as part of the tax credit?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification. It helped me to understand the nature of the question. So when you see an amount like that budgeted, it's informed by a few things. So we have projects that have qualified for, that have come together qualifying for that tax credit in the past that are multi-year projects, and those have to be considered, and then there is a certain amount of projection because we want to know that we have the capacity should things come together. That said, these large-scale opportunities take years to come together. In some ways, it is only because Michelin has been here for so long in the extraordinary relationship that when I say, well, I came in as minister, that's when I first heard about it. But in many other cases, there would be years. So this is something, the details of which would be available through Department of Finance, but I do understand there's a disclosure list that would provide some of that information of to how they would come up with that figure from other companies that have accessed that credit.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so, I mean, I think just to clarify, my question was also, how is your department, how is Invest Nova Scotia, how are you working to make sure that, we spend the money that we've allocated, right? We've allocated $35 million for good purposes. So, sort of how are those seeds being sown? Is there anticipated another large contract? So that, but just to stay on Michelin as well. So, I also, noted the 70 new positions. I also know Michelin's been really struggling to fill their current. So, I think it speaks to our current crisis in the labor force and the labor market. So, I mean, Michelin's been really struggling to fill positions. You must know this. They've been all over the province with job fairs and trying to make clear offers to people and that sort of thing. So I'm curious about how we anticipate we're going to get 70 new positions filled. And then likewise, the other thing I hear, so my stepfather lives in Liverpool, and so that whole swath of the coast, people talking about, so-and-so's son is on full-time at Michelin, but they can't afford housing, right? Like, can you believe it? Like, they've got a job at Michelin and they can't afford housing. They're still living with their parents. And so what's the plan for housing to also support that? Because if we can't fill what's there now, we want 70 more positions, and nobody can find housing or frankly afford it on the current Michelin salary, and that is reported as a surprise to folks in the area, because certainly a few years ago it was a sufficient salary. Kind of how is the department working around these twin crises of labor force and housing?
I recognize the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I didn't want to lose any parts of the questions being asked, and I know there was some questions still about the investment attraction and what work takes place to ensure the uptake of that particular financial incentive. So the work under this department, I mean, while the tax credit resides with finance, it largely does reside with Invest, and it can take a couple of routes if it comes through our existing businesses, through the regions. It's often coming through our regional business development advisors, who are, in some cases they would be talking with a company about the potential of an innovation rebate, but then realize it's a much larger project and in fact would qualify for the capital investment tax credit. And the other feed into that pipeline and I'm always impressed by how full that pipeline is, comes through Invest's work in investment and attraction. So that's work on the international stage, highlighting all that Nova Scotia has to offer, particularly in sectors where we can point to a lot of activity, but also advantages, and so it's ongoing. And when it's identified that it is a project of that scale, then there's sort of a walk down the street to finance, figuratively, not literally, to connect them into that. But on your other questions in and around Michelin, so you're absolutely right. As an MLA from the South Shore, local radio from January of last year through till June, every day, several times a day, there were commercials that Michelin was hiring 100 people. And the fact that campaign was on the radio January through June spoke to, how tight the labor market is, that they were advertising a starting wage of 23 something an hour, which, to me in Lunenburg County, knowing what I know about what a lot of people make for a living, it seemed it was quite surprising that they had such a time filling those specific 100 positions that they had signaled. I do know that they are, because they are a company that is, very active themselves in terms of solving these issues. They have recently seen a growth in interprovincial migration, and in particular, just the day of the announcement, I was talking to a young woman who had recently moved from Newfoundland for a position, I shouldn't say one of those 100. And in terms of housing, again, you are correct that in this moment in time, and certainly in the span of the past, particularly through last summer, it was very common to see on social media channels, I have a job. And they sometimes would even say, I have a job at Michelin. I am a good person. I have no pets. And, all those signals to just trying desperately to get a lead on an apartment. All that said, the growth, and this is not disconnected from Michelin, because activity breeds activity. The growth in housing starts and multi-unit housing developments in the town of Bridgewater and in the neighboring municipality of the District of Lunenburg has been really outstanding. So a lot of units, there's, I've said to people, it's not just in Halifax that we see cranes in the sky. So that is largely private sector investment. But as government too, we remain very interested. There were a couple of small PIDs that were put out to for consideration of nonprofits or private or what have you in the Cookville area, which is literally 10 minutes from Michelin's site, and we know that those new houses and new apartments, can't come on stream quickly enough. But I am very pleased to say that they are well underway. We're well past the groundbreaking.
I recognize with the honourable member of Halifax, Citadel Sable Island, with a reminder that she has 3 minutes left.
And so I also want to ask, I know in the business plan it talks about having a focus on working with businesses that are 51% owned, managed, controlled by Aboriginal or Indigenous peoples, persons with disability, LGBT plus, anyways, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm wondering, but there aren't targets. So it's a focus, there's not targets. So for instance, like the jobs at Michelin, the 70 new jobs, how are we going to make sure that there's gender diversity in the folks that get those jobs? How are we going to make sure that there's racial diversity? How does this work really tangibly happening, other than telling people you're focusing on it?
What did I say again? Is now time. I thought I certainly. Order. It is now time for the minister's closing statements.
Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
I don't have a lot to say in my closing statement, so I would be happy to answer the member's question if she wishes to stay, or I can connect with her otherwise. That is entirely at your discretion. Because I am mindful that questions were asked of me in the estimates process last year, and I do take seriously these commitments. When it comes to a company like Michelin, though they have internal targets, we don't have any particular stick within the credit capital investment tax credit. In our payroll rebates, we routinely do write in added incentives for underrepresented groups. The department also makes targeted investments in funds and that are oriented towards, for instance, women-owned companies and so forth and so on. But as I was prepping for estimates and asking questions about this, one of the things that I didn't know about that I was actually quite excited about was a program through Invest where businesses that are 51% owned, managed, or controlled by Aboriginal or Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, 2S LGBTQ+, visible minorities and women, they can actually certify, if they wish, to be connected to actual trade opportunities, like trade fairs that are held involving companies who have said, we will commit this much of our procurement to companies that are led by these groups. And that we have 371 companies that have identified broadly under this. I guess, though, what I immediately thought is, do enough people know about this? And I thought immediately of my friends with OK Sea Salt, over in Petite Fear. I don't know if you know them, but and what opportunities may reside there. I know we can do better, and I am open to those conversations. But I did want to answer that for you. So we've got 3 minutes. So it doesn't take very long to give the final much-needed statement. So I will definitely take an opportunity to thank the wrecking balls outside for stopping. Because I got to tell you, I felt like my brain was scrambled on the first end of this, and my apologies if my answers reflected that in any way. But what I really want to do is thank the team, the broad team that participates in the purview of economic development. Certainly the team at the department, which is one of, if not the smallest, at 28 and a half people. I have not yet met, this many months in, the half person that works with us, because all I see are people who are super engaged and give their all and don't understand a day off. Even when I say this isn't for today, feel free to, I just want to get it off my desk. Feel free to answer me when you're next back. And no, they do answer. Then we have our team at the new Invest and all of the great work that they do. And then, of course, with Events East and the fabulous team that Carrie has put together there, I truly am very very blessed to work with all of these people. So with those closing remarks, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $95,126,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Economic Development pursuant to the estimate.
Thank you, Minister. Great job, because it's perfect timing. Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolution is stood. Oh, well, we were right on time. It is now, the time is now 3:36. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. I call this meeting adjourned.